They're at school, checking their phones in between classes because notifications pop up telling them what their stocks are doing that day.
With these new tools, millennials and Gen Z are investing in the market in ways their parents could have never even dreamt of.
That is sort of key when we talk about the divide between older and younger generations, is that the younger generation is exposed to so much more information and tools at their disposal to do what they want in the market.
The older generations, you never had the technology or the cost structure that you could play the markets like you can today. So you were stuck with giving your money to a professional investor and paying them a fee to do it.
When I speak to young kids, they tell me, I'm making mistakes, I'm losing money. I'm not a perfect investor, but I'm 18, and by the time I'm 30, which will be, 10 years from now, I'm gonna have interacted with the markets for a decade. And so it's a learning experience more so than anything else.
And you can look at it and you can say, wow, that's risk-taking, that's dumb, but if you could possibly shave 10, 20 years off your working life versus adding 5 years, I don't think you can fault people for that.
But Robinhood is only part of the puzzle. Sure, you can trade on it, but without research, information, and data, you're just blindly throwing darts at different stocks and hoping to strike it rich.
Wall Street forever has always run on what we now call narratives or memes. People telling rumors to each other have been around for 100 years.
On Wall Street, information is its own currency. Historically, either you had it or you didn't, and the people who had it had a huge advantage.
In the past, those narratives and memes didn't have a network effect. It would be one person telling another person over the phone. In fact, when I broke into this business in the 80s, a lot of people used to complain that they weren't on the call list to get those ideas.
Social media changed all of that.
Fast forward to 2021, that's being done on the internet now. And that's being done on Discord and Twitter and StockTwits and Reddit. And the impact is very similar, but orders and orders of magnitude larger.
As social media has played a bigger part in our lives, it's also played a bigger and kind of more important role in how people find investing ideas online and on these platforms.
How do those ideas spread? On TikTok. Yes, that TikTok.
Soon may the weatherman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum.
People aren't just going to it for sea shanty videos.
The personal finance hashtag on TikTok has garnered 3.5 billion views from its 1 billion monthly active users. By comparison, videos found under the cooking and health tips hashtag have 2.6 and 2.1 billion views respectively.
The trajectory of Robinhood and TikTok were literally on par.
What happened in the stock market this week? So the word of the week is expectations.
Absolutely essential that you guys understand the risks of shorting.
And Kayla Kilbride and Kyla Scanlon are two of those financial influencer TikTokers, also known as finfluencers.
I think people still care about fashion, they care about culture, but it's also like there's this big behemoth thing called the stock market that we really don't know a whole lot about, and it's gatekept behind the industry. And so people want to unpack that. And so my audience is, a lot of them are younger investors who are looking to hone their skills.
Tech and write-up.
Kyla and Kayla are two of the more, let's say, professional TikTok influencers.
The Tesla ARK Bitcoin Biotech Risk Cluster.
I've been trading since high school, and it was a really interesting way for me to fill out my decision-making frameworks and to think about thinking. And I think that the more that we can have people thinking about finance, the better that we're going to progress as a society. I think it's a huge gap in our educational system.
If you're going to buy an option for a stock you think is going to go up, it's a call. So think of it like this. I made the options video where I was like, options are just like shopping. Rumor has it that this pallet's about to go up in price. So if I come in tomorrow, can I still buy it at said price? And a ton of women just attacked that video and were like, you explain things so much better than my boyfriend or my professor, or I could sit and listen to you all day. And I was like, this is what I was looking for.
But TikTok's algorithm does not reward calm and measured videos about responsible investing. It rewards this.
Watch this video for 30 seconds and you'll be rich for the rest of your life.
I try not to say the A word, the ALGO word, because TikTok listens to us.
The algorithm does impact how you feel. You know, you do notice which videos do better versus which videos do worse.
How do you catch someone's attention in less than 60 seconds? And how do you make it something that they're like, I need this in my life? Nearly impossible to do that in 60 seconds. But the people who perfect it are the people that you're going to watch and going to stick around.
And where people are sticking around? Reddit. And its nearly countless subreddits about finance. And by far the biggest one of those is Wall Street Bets.
There's a lot of social media platforms out there, but Reddit is like the social media platform for finance. Places like Wall Street Bets is where it all goes down.
Started in January 2012, it wasn't long before Wall Street Bets adopted a 4chan-like etiquette, leading to their tagline, like 4chan found a Bloomberg terminal.
We had all these unexplained stock moves, and we would be grasping for why stock XYZ jumped 20% in a day. And you would look at Wall Street Bets, and you would see people there talking about buying options in that stock, and it sort of, squared the circle, so to speak, and started making sense. And it was at that point that it was like, wow, we have to start paying attention to this.
Some people on the platform really spend tons of time, and others are just looking for entertainment and to have a little bit of fun, effectively gambling or looking for an outlet, trying to make a little bit of money.
Then on top of all of that, there were stimulus checks. Now, clearly, this money is going to people who need to use that to eat, to live, but there's a lot of people who use this money to invest in the stock market.
And it's not just stock tips. People quote-unquote YOLO their entire life savings or stimulus checks on a single stock. They post what is called gain and loss porn, screen-grabbing staggering hits and misses on stocks for the entire community to see.
I'm about to lose everything.
And while some of the people on Wall Street Bets are novice investors, the community contains multitudes.
In one respect, what it did show us among these network groups is they are very sophisticated. They're not a bunch of ignorant people talking to other ignorant people.
And this is where the pieces of the puzzle all come together to wreak havoc on Wall Street for a solid week in early 2021.
It's pretty clear that the combination of more people having retail brokerage accounts and trading apps and more people being stuck at home looking for some kind of entertainment and some kind of community online came together in this very singular way.
What came together is GameStop.
Let's go back to the beginnings of what happened with GameStop a couple of years ago. On the boards like Reddit and StockTwit, a lot of people were talking about GameStop as being attractive value.
Some of them are even, Wall Street alums who left the industry and now still have access to tools that they can use to improve their financial well-being and make very good decisions. And I think Roaring Kitty is a perfect example of that.
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that.
At the same time that this crowd was talking it up, the hedge fund institutional crowd didn't like this stock at all, and it had the largest short interest of any stock in the New York Stock Exchange going into late 2020.
Short selling is a bet that a stock price will fall, and it's a fairly simple concept. An investor borrows a stock and then sells it. The investor is betting on buying the stock back later for a lower price before returning it to the original owner, pocketing the price difference.
What a short seller would tell you is that they almost act as a policeman in financial markets, or they're at least looking for companies that aren't what they say they are. And that can range anywhere from an outright fraud that some short sellers try to expose to just a company that's not worth as much as investors think it is.
The problem is, if the stock price rises, the short seller has to come up with the money to buy the stock back. And the more it rises, the more it costs. And that's what's called a short squeeze. And the hedge fund Melvin Capital was on the wrong end of that squeeze.
Melvin Capital lost over 50% of its money in the month of January alone, just from being caught in the short squeeze of the stock.
This is where the disruption comes in.
One of the most wild stories you're ever going to see. GameStop shares absolutely going nuts.
In less than a year, the company's stock has jumped from less than $3 a share to almost $350.
Cheers, everybody!
Roaring Kitty has turned $50,000 or so investment into some $14 million.
Investors all over social media use the free trading app Robinhood to wreak havoc on Wall Street.
They're actually piling on into some of these stocks to really hurt the professional short sellers.
And they all used Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and Discord to tell one another to keep buying and, quote, hold the line and not sell GameStop.
People are getting cheerleaded for jumping in, buying at the highs. They're saying, keep going.
And it was working too, until
Thursday morning, the trading app Robinhood sent out this tweet. In light of current market volatility, we are restricting transactions, including GameStop.
People were really angry.
Robinhood was supposed to allow the regular people to play the same game these big boys are playing. But instead, we were all taken for schmucks, and they screwed us.
Shares of GameStop are jumping again now that retail investors are being allowed to buy shares of the stock.
But what we learned is that when people organize online, they have the ability to disrupt the market.
And it was a big sign the ivory walls of the institution aren't as powerful as maybe the institutions thought them to be. I don't know if pumping up GameStop was the best use of billions of dollars, but I think that as a signal to society, it was pretty interesting and powerful.
The GameStop saga was so impactful that both Vlad Tenev and Roaring Kitty were called in to testify before Congress to clarify each of their roles in the saga.
One thing that's emerged from the congressional hearings is that they're interested in how retail brokerages make money and whether they're keeping the best interest of their customers in mind. But it's pretty fuzzy as far as what they would actually do as a result.
While the frenzy around GameStop eventually subsided, it didn't take long for retail investors to find other areas to invest their money.
Take a look at Bitcoin going bananas over the weekend.
Bitcoin forms a brand new all-time high.
It was after GameStop started to drop that we saw Bitcoin really go up to over 60,000.
How much further does this rally have to run?
It's compelling to say that money shifted from one venue to the other.
While correlation doesn't equal causation, there's a chart out there showing an inverse correlation on meme stocks going down and cryptocurrencies going up.
There's definitely an aspect where people are making money on stocks and then moving, they're agnostic, they're not hedge funds. They can invest wherever the hell they want. It's a classic sort of momentum trade. They're going to wherever the winners are and they're willing to jump on and, ride it.
So whether it's meme stocks like GameStop, meme coins like Dogecoin, or entirely new ways to invest in art like NFTs, the new kind of retail investor is making its presence known.
Over the next 10, maybe 15 years, you're going to continue to see, whether by choice or by force, that baton go from older generations to younger generations. I don't think any single app is going to be the thing that disrupts. I think people are the disruptors.
How people get ideas about what to invest in has become increasingly entwined with social media. And as social media companies govern more and more of our lives, the fact that now they're tied in more intimately to people's wallets is something that we might want to understand better.
Usually what disruption, I think, means is technology comes in, whether it's blogs to the newspapers or online retailing to brick and mortar. They come in and they're in the same business, but they just do it in such a gigantic cost savings that it causes everybody to switch. Well, that's the risk that happens here, is that it's so much cheaper to just manage your own money. We're not there yet, but costs and conveniences are moving in that direction. So I'd say, Wall Street, you haven't been disrupted yet, but you could be in the coming years, and that the final chapter on this story hasn't been written.
Bloomberg's own David Nicholson. Now, his happy place is out in the field, on the open road. But like the rest of the world lately, he's been working from home a lot more than he's used to. COVID-19 has prompted a massive urban exodus as professionals of every ilk yearn for more space to live and work. As a result, rural areas have exploded, and they're poised to experience a resurgence as more and more families pack up and leave the big city to try out life in the burbs. But there's one problem with that. Not all internet speeds are created equal. Anyone who might need to upload or download large files for a living may not want to pack up and move to that cabin in the woods just yet. Now, David's house isn't a cabin, but it is in the woods, and inexplicably, his internet is workable.
My internet is okay. I pay a lot for it. It's around $140 a month. The download speed's great, and the upload speed is terrible, which is really bad for my work because I have to upload these massive files. But I'm definitely one of the more lucky ones in this community. Just a few miles down the road, my buddy has awful internet.
It's usually under 2 down and under 0.2 up, so it's often unusable.
Some days it's around 1, and other times it'll drop down to about 0.2, 0.3.
I just want to be able to have internet at my house without having to go outside the normal ways of acquiring internet. It's really frustrating.
We're literally miles, a few miles away from downtown, and it just cuts off.
This is a problem, and the solutions are not there yet, because getting high-speed internet in rural areas en masse is something our providers may simply not be ready for.
If your internet service doesn't have fast download and upload speeds, then you don't have high-speed harmony. You have.
Americans on average pay about $70 a month for internet at home. But in rural areas, it could cost a lot more for a lot less service.
So the pricing for a fixed wireless provider here can be something between $80 and $150 for about 25 megabits per second. However, gigabit service, which is 1,000 megabits per second and symmetrical, is running at about $119 a month or $130 a month.
That's John Paul. He co-owns Spiral Fiber, an internet service provider here in Nevada County, California. And for the past 10 years, he's been trying to bring an affordable fiber optic network to town. It all started when he applied to be part of the pilot program for Google's fiber service.
Across the country, civic boosters have been going to extremes, chanting, singing, and marching, trying to get the search engine giant to look at their town.
The internet these days is crucial to be in the world, to be a part of the world, and to be connected to your community.
Google ultimately went with Kansas City, Missouri, which left Paul on a mission to get funding to lay out fiber optic networks for gigabit service. Over the next several years, he would attend conferences and pitch venture capitalists and apply for grants to make his vision come to life.
One of the biggest roadblocks to building infrastructure for the internet here in the United States are the existing large providers. They have their land staked out. They would prefer that nobody come in and compete against them. In 2013, we applied for a grant. We went down and met with the commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. It was an arduous process to get funded, but we finally did against all odds. We got a $16 million grant, and then we went out to seek venture capital.
Then, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit the world.
Everybody got locked down, and everybody came home, and everybody started using the internet. And I remember seeing on one of the local fixed wireless providers' websites, they've said, hey, we know you're all staying home, but please don't use too much video, and please don't use too much bandwidth. And I thought, that doesn't work.
The U.S. connectivity gap is far greater compared to countries that are considered its peers economically. Some developing nations actually have better internet than rural America, like in Kenya, which has a state-of-the-art fiber optic network fed in from their coastline. The American connectivity gap does largely affect rural areas that are either outside of service coverage or simply prohibitively expensive. This is Rebecca. She and her family moved to Nevada County just a couple miles down the road from David. They took for granted that high-speed internet would just exist in the area, and it's not something they even bothered to check on before buying their house. Turns out, all they got was dial-up.
We wanted to move where we had a little more space, room for the kids to run around, just be out in the mountains a little bit more. Having come from a bigger city area where Wi-Fi is pretty readily available, we hadn't really considered that in our purchasing of the house, whether that would be an option or not. When school started, and now that we are remote learning with our children and we're doing everything from home, we didn't have the option to do that at our house. So every day when school would start, we'd have to pack the kids up and we'd go to my in-laws' home. They have a little cabin up in this area that does have Wi-Fi already.
Rebecca's situation is the norm in rural America.
According to data from the Federal Communications Commission, just 4% of urban Americans lack access to broadband internet. That's compared to almost 40% of people who live in rural areas. But while that was the case, there were also racial and socioeconomic divides in terms of who had that access. In addition to that geographic difference, low-income African American students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that's shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to expand service to these rural communities.
This is how Xfinity makes life simple, easy, awesome.
So in our area, we have a small imprint of Comcast, but they're not going to go out to the more rural areas. It's just not cost effective for them to do it as a large company.
In order to lay fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits. And so the fewer customers you have, in any square mile and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out from a purely economic standpoint.
AT&T released a statement on the matter, expressing the need and desire for government assistance to fund fiber optic expansion to areas deemed unprofitable. Comcast released a similar statement encouraging more public-private collaboration on this effort. Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough flexibility on how to use these funds. The COVID-19 relief package passed by Congress in March and signed by President Donald Trump awarded $43.3 million to 51 projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now, they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, to connect with your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also your ability as a small business, operating in the town of Nevada City or wherever it may be to, quickly upload your payroll documents or something onto the cloud, or to quickly, swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business functions and mechanics that I think people in big cities really take for granted, and that are just going to be a much bigger challenge for small business owners in rural areas.
Historically, the marginalized people, you call them as untouchables or Dalits, they have been kept away from the center of the knowledge. Once you are born into a caste, it is very difficult for you to grow beyond that. You are stuck in that identity. I think education is the best way of liberating them. So that's how I chose to work in education sector. The kind of education that we are giving to the marginalized people is going to change not just the fate of these communities in Telangana, but it is going to be the source of inspiration, source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Greatest blight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system, constitute almost 1/5 of India's population of 1.3 billion. Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions, which in the past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I am currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential schools for the students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor.
My friend also
Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys, because girls are more marginalized among the marginalized. Their voices are always suppressed. My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been put your eyes and ears on the ground always. Talk to the parents, talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation. A language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings. As well as you're going to describe about. Hey, Richita, how are you? Hi, Sindhu. Fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too. It's been a long time.
Identity is extremely important. There is a scientific evidence to prove that your sense of identity is extremely crucial to your growth as a successful human being in your life. If you accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always. Sweros is an alternative identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW and then Aero is Swero. So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of spheroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidoddi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We brought a lot of extracurricular activities, and most of them got institutionalized now. So, for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. Wow. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change all that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university, and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were, in those days I'm talking about, so the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand, and then again, try to excel in academics, day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really, place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future, this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat, because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park. And a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel? 1,
you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're going to make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are going to seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, you know, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology. And live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。
不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高。但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the year through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce, and he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
里面有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to, show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers. And it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
the sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate, and that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters of Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming into our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company Eco Wave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Ina Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Ina wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized, there were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere, I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station.
This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Inna and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you act from this side. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Passi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared my wife. You scared my children. I worked in this for 16 years.
So Rav Passi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Passi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Pasi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
Yeah, it's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hadi. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Pasi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon, I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, you know, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the GOAN Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was at around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who'd spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? This isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Hari Nada is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud. A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against JP Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going. And I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with JP Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table, just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, you know, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
You know, Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, JP Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to JP Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the JP Morgan. They're now investigating now. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in JP Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with JP Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as JP Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from JP Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and JP Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance and asking for forgiveness from my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s when everyone had a nickname. His was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollar trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. They didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. Amongst that, was very successful and made very large amounts of money as a young man. But You know, inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, you know, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. You know, they're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, you know, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, you know, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. You know, not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, you know, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. You know, anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You know, you're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, you know, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there have been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. You know, they are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, you know, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
and it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37 and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell, and here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to $700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. And the law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, A lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. You know, any kind of social media presence they had has kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, you know, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. You know, we just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. You know, potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be, you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and, you know, in the most extreme cases, there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. You know, one obvious one is going to be that they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That, you know, they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that, you know, we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, you know, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So,
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, the countdown to the Fed starts right now.
This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, and Lisa Abramowitz. Bloomberg Surveillance, the Fed decides.
On TV and radio, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Farrow. Equities positive 0.4%. TK, a big move just around a corner.
Historic day, and you know, we go back to 2000 in this, John, but I think I got to get the pipe out and the smoke rings of Arthur Burns and sort of look at him as they go up and say up another 50, up another 75. The press conference, live, McKee in there, it'll be interesting.
Hey, looking forward to that, Tom. Some big questions about not this move, 50 basis points widely expected, the next move, the one after that, and ultimately the destination.
Yeah, well, the destination, but as we said in the show this morning, and John, let's repeat this afternoon, June 15, July 27, September 21, we set ourselves up for really eventful Fed decisions to the election.
Every time I do this show, I come this close to saying good morning.
Oh, no, I do.
This close. I think I've actually said good morning before. Bramo, since we last met on this program back on March 16th, this Fed has made a move. And this market has made a massive move. In the equity market, credit, foreign exchange, take your pick, treasuries, 2s, 10s.
Okay, how many notes have you read in the past 24 hours that say peak hawkishness? This has been the big thought, right? We've had such a big move in expectations. Have we gotten to the end? And that's why people are talking about whether there'll be any sort of signal about a 75 basis point rate hike in the June meeting. I want to know why they're not going to start quantitative tightening at this meeting. That is the most likely outcome, that they're going to announce the parameters of it, but start it in June. If they're that concerned, could they signal a start even beginning today?
We were surprised a couple of months ago that we didn't talk much about the balance sheet reduction. Chairman Powell was eager to talk about it, hardly came up at the news conference. Have you been surprised since then, over the last few months, how little again QT has been talked about?
I don't know that people have a sense of what the ramifications actually will be. That's number one. And number two, there is this sort of odd dynamic of the U.S. borrowing less money, actually selling less debt with that Treasury quarterly refinancing arrangement that they were just announcing. So it's actually balancing it out a little bit. But yes, I would agree. I think think it's odd that we're not focusing more on that.
Let's whip through the price action as things stand going into the Fed decision in around about 58 minutes' time. Your equity market's shaping up as follows on the S&P 500. Up 20 points, up 0.5%. Yields climbing, not even a basis point, almost there, up to 297.93 after having a little look at 3% earlier, Tom. And Tom, I know you're looking at this. Euro dollar 105.49. That was in at around 110 the last time these guys met.
Off of our conversation with Ken Rogoff yesterday, the giant on foreign exchange from Harvard, I guess got to say, tangential to this, off equities, off bonds, John, I know you're focused there. Even off commodities and Brent, 110 a barrel. That's a big number, John. I'm looking at the FX market, the depth of it worldwide, and how it nuances through the press conference.
Bramo, a nice rally in crude, 107.60, up more than 5%.
Yeah, is this basically baking in this idea of a possible ban on Russian oil that we saw coming from the European Union, maybe a plan that might be phased in? Coming up, we have an incredible lineup ahead of this monumental Fed decision, including Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti and TD's Priya Misra, just two of the many guests that take us to that decision at 2 p.m., talking about how far the Fed can ultimately go. That will be one of the main points of debate. Then immediate reaction from Grant Thornton's Diane Swank and Guggenheim's Scott Minerd. And finally, breaking down Chair Powell's news conference with Dartmouth's Danny Blanchflower. We have a sense he may not want the hawkish tilt. And BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg, my sense that kind of dissent is a unique voice among many who say this is a new moment of inflation and how high the inflation will be allowed to go, an increasing point of discussion.
Bramo's crystal ball, Tom, I think it's fair to say that Danny's not going to be impressed with this interest rate hike a little bit later.
Let's stop here before McKee and say, folks, we've got a bang-up lineup here of differing opinions, and the reason we do is the heated debates, John, not today, but the massive debates of the view of the American and indeed global economy into next year. No one has a clue, including Gita Gopinath and the team at the IMF.
Particularly around the labour market, and that's something we can talk to our guests about a little bit later. Let's kick things off with Micah McKee. For the first time in 2 years, he will be in a news conference with Chairman Powell face-to-face. Mike McKee, it's been a while.
You make it sound a little bit terrifying, John. But
for him, not for you, Mike.
It'll be nice to actually see him in person, and it's nice to be here at the Federal Reserve once again. March 3rd, 2020 was the last Fed meeting that was done in person until today. They met at the last meeting in March, but we were not invited into the building yet. So things getting a little bit back to normal, but the markets have certainly changed. And one of the things I usually say when people ask me what's the outcome that the Fed wants, that they don't move the markets. But today, I don't think they would mind that. I'm talking with Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence rate strategist, who suggested the Fed is front-running itself. The hawkish talk has been designed to drive up the market rates and to tighten financial conditions, even without them having to do significantly higher or larger rate moves. And that may be where Jay Powell is going today. 50 basis points is pretty much baked in, so they can do that. Do they get more out of it? Do people start thinking about a 75 basis point move for June? I know you guys were talking about that. It's going to be front and center on the market's minds. And as you look at what the Fed is looking at right now, a Fed funds rate of about 32 basis points, and you look at where they think they will be at the end of the year, neutral 2.5% to 3%, they're going to have to do some more aggressive rate moves in order to try to get up to that neutral level they're talking about, and to try to drag the economy into a little tighter position. And they still face a lot of uncertainty out there with the COVID in China, with war. We just don't know what's going to happen. So expect Jay Powell to hint at hawkishness and let the markets try to do the work for them. As for the balance sheet, Lisa, you were talking about why they're not doing that. They say they don't want to confuse the markets. And the reason is we don't know, and they don't know, what the impact of the QT process is going to be on interest rates overall. There are estimates that range from 25 to 150 basis points. And so they would like to get some tightening into the markets before they start a process that they don't know exactly how is going to come out.
Michael McKee in Washington. He'll be with us through this hour, a good part of this hour, I should say, and then on to the Fed decision here in 54 minutes. and then an important press conference, which Mr. McKee will attend. We start strong with Megan Schreiber joining us, U.S. rate strategist, Bank of America Global Research, and Matthew Lozzetti. He is chief U.S. economist at Deutsche Bank and truly made global reaction in the economics industry a number of weeks ago with a recession call. Matt Lozzetti, do the PhDs at the Fed, do they tell Chairman Powell of a recession in late 2023 into 2024?
Sure. First, thanks so much for having me. I think that is, the debate. And what so far we've heard from Chair Powell has been optimism around being able to achieve a soft landing, being able to get an economy from the levels that we're seeing, the unemployment rate as low as it is, the tight labor market that we see, inflation as high as it is, and being able to achieve a soft landing. I think what we've heard from Chair Powell is optimism around that, but also some frankness that it is not a done deal. What we heard from Treasury Secretary Yellen today is that it takes some luck in order to get there. From our view, you have an economy that is as far away from the Fed's targets as it's been since 1980. It seems exceedingly unlikely that they're going to be able to get back to their inflation target, we think, without pushing the unemployment rate higher and also having a recession.
Let's dive into this with the market dynamics, formerly with the Open Markets Trading Desk of the Federal Reserve System. Ms. Schreiber joins us this morning. Megan, we are seeing selected bond houses be brave, and they're going out long duration and saying, step in, buy bonds, not notes, not bills, but buy bonds. What does Bank of America say?
Yeah, indeed, we're of that view as well. We think that 10-year rates in particular have really run too far, especially in the context of what Matt was just talking about, right? The Fed's really facing this key dilemma right now about how far they're going to push rates to cool inflation. But ultimately, this does risk them pushing rates too high, cooling growth too much, and sending us into a recession. And as Matt just pointed out, right, we even heard Secretary Yellen speaking earlier this morning about those risks, about skepticism around whether or not the Fed will indeed be able to achieve that soft landing. That's not necessarily a topic for discussion, at today's meeting. Right now, the Fed needs to be focused on raising rates, getting to neutral as fast as they possibly can. But certainly this becomes an increasingly bigger part of the discussion into next year when they actually do begin to see more substantial signs that the economy is cooling.
I've got a cheat guide for Fed Decision Day. Matt Lozzetti and the team at Deutsche Bank put out a list of questions that you need to ask Chairman Powell. Have you seen that, Lisa?
Yes, I did.
It's a fantastic list of questions, and I rip them off, ask them, and I sound really smart. Although, Matt, I do admit I attribute them to you as well. Here's one of yours. This is what you ask. Given the health of consumer balance sheets, how sensitive is demand to rate increases? Matt, how do you and the team answer that question?
Sure. So I think that's really at the epicenter of our call, which is one in which we think current momentum in the economy is strong enough. We think momentum for consumer spending in the labor market is strong enough. That will mean wage and price pressures remain sticky enough that the Fed has to be aggressive. And that is the ultimate source of the recession. And that's why we're not really calling for a recession until late next year versus earlier around this year. And so I think you have an economy that the Fed is looking at. Chair Powell noted a labor market that is unhealthily tight. The recent data that we've seen there, job openings according to the JOLTS were again at a record high. The employment cost index print last Friday. All these things are suggestive of a labor market that is very tight. I think it's good for near-term growth momentum in the consumer, but I think it is the reason that we expect the Fed to have to be more aggressive, tighten policy, ultimately move the unemployment rate higher, and force the recession.
Matt, there's one area that there is so much disagreement on Wall Street, including, for example, yourself and Priya Misra, which is how high you can raise rates before something breaks, before you already get a downturn in some capacity. It seems like you think that those rates can go much higher than other people on the street who are diving into longer-term bonds seem to believe. Where do you think the node of disagreement is within that argument?
Yeah, so it looks like we're kind of the top of the forecasters in terms of the highest Fed funds rate for the middle of next year. And I think that's a source of two things. I don't think it's really being driven by different views on where the real neutral Fed funds rate is. We put it around 0 today, and so it's even below what the Fed expects it to be. I think it's all about how do you translate that into a nominal neutral Fed funds rate, and then therefore into a restrictive policy stance. Our baseline view is the Fed needs to get the nominal Fed funds rate above the inflation rate. They need to get positive real rates, and that they need to get that above what we think a neutral setting is. And that is the only way to be able to tame demand and inflation. And if you look at our inflation profile in the middle of next year, we have core PCE around 3.5%. So in our view, it means that at the very least, the Fed needs to get to 3.5% on the Fed funds rate. Our baseline is 3.6%, but I think that there's risks actually skewed higher.
Megan, do you think that they could actually get to 3.5 to 3.6%?
I think certainly they could. And to Matt's point, a lot of this is going to be conditional on the inflation path. The way the Fed needs to be thinking about this is in real policy terms. So if inflation ends next year at 4%, for example, above where consensus may be, a Fed policy rate of 3.5% means a minus 50 basis point real policy rate. And that's certainly not restrictive. Indeed, it's relatively accommodative if you think that neutral is between 0 and 50 basis points or so. So really, in our view, it depends so much on that inflation trajectory. If inflation comes in above where the market's currently pricing, where many economists are expecting, certainly that really does pose upside risk to where the Fed funds rate could go. Really, posing again those upside risks to where economists are currently thinking Fed funds could go and where the market's currently pricing it to.
Well, hold on. This is a really critical question that Megan brings up. And Matt, I want to come back to you on this. We caught up with Professor Roma of NYU this morning, and he said the Fed should be targeting 3 to 4% inflation. Matt, do you think we get a feel for that in the news conference? Not what they are targeting. They'll say it's 2%. I want to understand what they will tolerate. Matt, what do you think they will tolerate through to the end of 23?
Yeah, I think there's no way that the Fed at this point or in the near term suggests that they're willing to tolerate much higher inflation. And the reason is you're in an environment where we're worried about inflation expectations unanchoring to the upside. To suggest that because we have high inflation, the Fed is simply going to accept higher inflation, that really would risk a cycle that inflation moves higher, inflation expectations move higher, and one that they cannot control and would ultimately force a more forceful stance down the road. I do think that there maybe is an open question of if they are able to get core PCE inflation below 2.5%, call it 2.2, 2.3, and at that point, that's where they face this recession versus somewhat higher inflation trade-off. Do they accept 20 basis points higher inflation, for example? I think that that's something that we could see. And in fact, you kind of see that from their most recent SEPs in March, which is the unemployment rate is just kind of ticking higher. They don't actually get all the way back down to 2% by the end of the forecast horizon. I think as long as inflation remains 3% or above, that's unacceptable from their perspective. They can't tolerate that, and they have to do what it takes in order to get inflation lower.
Matt, awesome to catch up with you, buddy. As always, Matt Lazzetti there of Deutsche Bank. To Megan Swiber. Megan, thank you. Thank you for your time today going into this Fed decision coming up in around about 45 minutes or so. There's two issues on the table here. What they're about to do, widely anticipated to deliver a 50 basis point rate hike and the start of QT. Give us a date, we'll work that out. Then from there, that's where the consensus starts to break down towards the back end of the year, Tom. Once they get back to neutral, expeditiously, to use their word that they've all been using, once they get there, where do they go next and what will they tolerate?
I'm with Matt Lazzetti that it's about the data coming in and particularly the first, second derivative of inflation as well. To hear Matt Lazzetti saying 3% inflation is unacceptable is by the book, by the UCLA book in his regard, and other people saying they have no chance of getting there near term. John, where have we come from? The 30-year yield. We don't look at it like we used to. John, years ago, that was the benchmark in America. I don't know if it was in England. But the answer is coming off of the last Fed meeting, we've seen a ginormous move in the 30-year bond. And if you extrapolate that same move to the next Fed meeting, John, you come up with a 3.59% statistic. Those are huge numbers.
How the long end behaves, Lisa, in the face of these rate hikes gets interesting. I thought maybe the flattener was in vogue going into April. Then that broke down, and that yield on the 10-year, the 30-year broke out.
And a lot of that does have to do with the question that Matt Lazzetti was trying to answer, which is this idea of what is the inflation rate the Fed will tolerate over a longer period of time. And you have a growing number of academics and just economists broadly saying maybe they should target a little bit higher. And Matt Lazzetti saying they can't do that. They will lose credibility. It will become unhinged. And you are seeing that uncertainty getting reflected in longer-term bond yields.
Some fantastic guests coming up on this program, including the former Vice Chairman, Alan Blinder. We'll join him just next on this program. And later, we're speaking with JP Morgan's Michael Ferroli and Priya Misra of TD Securities. From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
reports has stories about what they call black soot, caused by the manufacturing and consumption of these fuel products in the illegal refineries.
Oil theft, known as bunkering, and the refining of its spoils is worsening the damage from decades of fossil fuel exploitation, creating one of the world's most severe ecological disasters.
Our sacred forests, our homes have to give way to oil wells, and no one gets much benefit.
Imagine a resident of Port Harcourt who inhales this soot every second in 24 hours, 7 days a week, 30 days in the month, and for years now, we are dying slowly but surely, and our lifespan is reducing every day.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
You will put a woman on Mars. You will be the first chief crypto officer, because when you subscribe to Bloomberg, you won't just get news. You will get insight into limitless possibilities. Before you change the world, Bloomberg.
The market is well set up for what will happen at 2 o'clock.
They're going to do 50 basis points.
A 50 basis point move is priced in.
It's a foregone conclusion.
It's baked into the cake.
The market's been teed up to be very hawkish.
It's 2:30 when Chair Powell will lay out both the path and the trajectory.
Chairman Powell's press conference. How hawkish are they going to be?
They'll leave all of the hawkish options on the table.
Well, great. What's the trigger for activating some of everything that's on the table?
The real question comes to the guidance around future rate hikes.
I think he'll meet market expectations and leave a lot of unanswered questions.
What are the odds of 75?
It's really going to come down to commentary around how they guide for the rest of the summer.
Live on TV and radio, this is the countdown to the Fed decision with Tom Keene, Lisa Bravis and myself, Jonathan Ferro. Going into that, your S&P 500 doing just about okay, up 0.25% on the S&P after a really ugly month of April. We come into May with the NASDAQ teed up with the worst month since 2008 behind us, and in front of us, who knows? Right now, equity's down about 0.1% on the NASDAQ. That's the equity story. Let's talk about the bond market story. Where we were on March 16th, the last time this Fed met at the close. 194 on a 2-year, right now 280.52. 218 on a 10-year, right now 298.52. That is a monster change, as you know, over the last couple of months. Not just in the bond market, not just in equities or credit, but also in foreign exchange. The dollar has had a 5% move since this Fed last met, and higher yields really started to bite into this FX market. Euro dollar down to a 105 handle, and Tom, briefly, as you know, several times over the last week, took a little look at 104. That is a problem for the ECB, and that is connected not just to what's happening in Europe, but also what's about to happen with this Federal Reserve in about 38 minutes from now.
That's what I'll be watching in a press conference here, folks, off DXY, the Bloomberg Dollar Index as well, and looking at the major euro dollar and dollar yen pairs. We drive forward the conversation. We do so with a gentleman who wrote one of America's definitive textbooks on economics 43 years ago. Alan Blinder with Mr. Baumol celebrates the 14th edition of 765 pages of brilliance on macroeconomics. Alan, wonderful to have you here. Is any of what we're doing now in our modern Fed in your textbook? Are we in original territory?
Oh, sure. I mean, the textbook has changed a lot, and so has the Fed since 1979. But we do keep updating it. There's nothing yet about the pandemic and the reactions thereto. That came after the last edition, but that'll come. And of course, the Fed is there. The Fed is deeply into post-pandemic monetary policy.
Do you have a confidence that they can move forward with the steps in interest rates, the steps on the balance sheet, and maintain an integrity to the financial system?
Well, it depends what you mean by that. I mean, they are inflicting losses on both stock and bondholders lately. It's not like that's their big objective, but that is the way monetary policy, one of the ways monetary policy works. You always worry about that a little bit, that there might be some cracks in some places in the system, and when you apply pressure, the crack opens up. So far, so good on that account, but I'm sure they're always watching for that.
And Lisa, as we mentioned this morning on the show, it's just so important what the former vice chair says. This idea of full faith and credit, Bloomberg total aggregate index down 11%, and the credit index down 15% here in this price decline.
This is the problem, though, and this is actually exactly where I wanted to go, Alan. We have seen a tremendous decline in price yield up for a lot of corporate debt, and frankly, for the full faith and credit of the U.S. Does it have the same tightening effect if so many companies have already locked in their financing costs over the longer term, or does the Fed have to go a lot higher and faster in order to ignite some sort of response at a time when there has been some immunity built up to higher rates?
I think the answer to that is yes and no, and let me elaborate on that. You know, people in the markets, especially on the trading desk, tend to count time in days, sometimes hours, but let's just say days. They don't do that at the Fed. They're counting time in quarters and sometime in years. So a lot of those locked in credit numbers that you just alluded to won't be locked in over a horizon of a year or two. Some of them are not locked in for more than a couple of months. And so, yes, that's one of many reasons why monetary policy works slowly with a lag, except in the financial markets where the prices react very, very quickly. But in the real economy, much more slowly, and that's one of the reasons.
Well, and Alan, this goes to this question of what inflation rate will the Fed tolerate? If it works much more slowly in the economy and the inflation rate falls to 4% by the end of next year, is that sufficient for the Fed?
You know, I think it probably will be in the following sense. They'll never say that's good enough. There were 4%, and please pat us on the back for a job well done. They will keep wanting it to go lower. But if the trajectory is downward, I think the first step in the minds of the Fed is get that inflation trajectory going down, not up. And then we'll worry about how far down and how quickly later. I think they know that going from where they are now, I know they know, going from where they are now down to 2% or so rapidly can only be done by cratering the economy. And they neither want to do that, and it's not clear they have the power to do that much damage that quickly. So, you know, gradualism is their watchword, but they'll be really, they are now and will continue to watch with bated breath to see that inflation rate start ticking down.
Alan, wonderful to get your thoughts on this program ahead of the Fed decision. That was Alan Blinder there, the former vice chair of the Federal Reserve. Just looking at that forecast from the last meeting, and bear in mind we won't get those forecasts today. The next meeting in June is when you get the summary of economic projections, the forecast, the dot plot, all of that good stuff. Forecast last time around for PCE, 4.1% year-end 22, 2.6% in 23, 2.3, Tom, in 2024. Can we get it down to 2 in 23?
Yeah, I don't even focus on it, John. I just think that it's all moving so fast. Looking at yield of 3.02 on the 30-year, 2.99 on the 10-year, and you know, no one wants to believe we could extrapolate out. I mean, maybe Bill Dudley alludes to that, and maybe Hollenhorst at Citigroup, but I think it's incredibly fluid here, the view forward.
You just heard it from Alan. Essentially, Tom, he's saying that they will have to tolerate higher inflation for longer, otherwise they're going to end up with a mess.
But Matt Luzetti said, you know, they got to get under 3%. They have a responsibility to do that. You know, and I'm also looking, John, here on this Fed show today. I really want to know what Governor DeBrun thinks as well.
Governor De Bruyne.
Yeah.
Are you thinking Man City, Real Madrid? Are you distracted by a game that
like,
kicks off in just a little bit?
When I go Lisa next, you'll know why.
Yeah.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
Funds seem to come and go. Sometimes they're hot, sometimes they're cold, sometimes they go out of business. You've been in business for almost half a century, and you got 150 billion. What did you do that nobody else has been able to do?
What we were able to do was to be able to structure portfolios in a way that were better in terms of the returns, risks, and correlations of our investors. So to give you that an idea, in other words, you could balance things in a way. I could take different alphas, different bets in different markets, and I could carry that and put that in a fund called Pure Alpha. Then I could take different asset classes and put that in a fund which was called Pure Beta. And then we could engineer it for the customer's risk levels. Do you want it at 12% volatility, 18% vol? And then they would, whatever benchmark they wanted, we could put the alpha on top of. So they could say, I want the S&P 500 plus a 6% vol operating that way. I know it all sounds complicated, but we could design and structure things to their liking that would produce an attractive risk and return that also was not correlated with their other investment.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
You have to appreciate there's been a tremendous repricing in yields.
Very, very violent moves up in the bond market.
The 10 years at 3% today.
I don't think we're at the peak yet.
Could we get to 3.25, 3.5? Yes.
You're going to see about 3.5%.
3.25 in this cycle.
Now bonds are kind of giving risk assets a run for their money. These yields are starting to look much more attractive.
For the first time in a long time, the market looks fairly priced to us.
We're having active discussions with our clients around it.
There's an opportunity to de-risk.
Even in the front end, we've seen a lot of market pricing.
It feels like 3% covers us for the time being.
From TV and radio, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience.
Just run a SAT string, John.
Worldwide with Tom Keene, Lisa Bramett, Jonathan Ferro. Equities up 0.2 on the S&P 500. Big bond moves. Here's Taylor Riggs with more. Hey, Taylor.
closing out sort of the worst performance that we've had in April on record. When you think about the bond price lower, yield higher, that certainly was the case. I think what's an interesting story, anytime we have an opportunity to do modified or Macaulay duration on this program, we're going to do it. No better chart sort of understands that than what's behind me. When you think about sort of the shorter end, the 1 to 3 year, doing less bad than sort of the longer duration 10 plus out, that's basic math, right? When yields rise, sort of the bond price falls harder. What's interesting is you also saw that within corporate and high yield. So investment grade, actually the worst performer relative to high yield, because high yield does have that sort of shorter duration. So that really is the theme. There is no better chart to show this than if you change up the board and you were one of the buyers of a 100-year century bond. Those are down in Australia, for example, John, as you can see, off about 60% as you just think about this relentless climb higher in yields and the impact that has on price lower.
Taylor, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that this morning. This is a joy. Priya Misra is someone who's really had the courage to do single-point studies here in the fixed income market in this historic moment. She joins us from TD Securities this morning. Priya, an unfair question, and particularly after all those voices we saw here before this meeting, and I think it's in 25 minutes. Priya, where's neutral? If you work off a number of basis points more up, somebody's looking for 10 increases, 20 increases, whatever. How far up is neutral in terms of rate hikes?
Sure, it's a loaded question because there's real neutral, which I think is zero. Real, what R-star, what Chair Yellen, Chair Powell talk about R-star, I think there's a lot of research that is around zero. Where is inflation? So when you're asking me neutral, there's a view on where will inflation be in a couple of years from now, and I think it's going to be higher than the 2% target. I think the Fed is in a really tough spot to try and get that inflation back to 2%. So I would say neutral, short-term neutral is closer to 3%. But the market's not just pricing in neutral, even though that's what the Fed's telling us. The market's pricing in well above neutral, plus QT. So I do think that front end is pricing in not just a move to that 3%. Now the Fed's neutral is 2.5. I'd give you a range, 2.5 to 3. But the market's at 3.5. We're pricing in a lot in terms of rate hikes.
Priya, let's go mathy. I can't do math early in the morning, but I can do it for the Fed decides. And that is, if I take a log y-axis where slope matters, I've got a slope from the meeting before to the meeting today. Do you extrapolate that out log linear? I mean, is that a good exercise, or is there too much uncertainty to walk through that exercise?
I think in the front end, it's very hard to extrapolate because we're already pricing in so much above neutral. In the long end of the curve, I do think that slope, you're talking about log linear, I think you have a exponentially increasing long end rates. Because notice what's happened in the rate rise. In the last month, it's the long end that's moved. It's real rates. This is all stuff that actually impacts the economy, impacts financial conditions. I think this is what tightens conditions to the point where it's actually going to mark the end of the tightening cycle.
And Lisa, I don't think this is in the market right now. You extrapolate that out with some fancy math, and you get numbers we're not prepared for.
Especially because we have just been used to this idea that inflation will come back down to something resembling what we've seen over the past few decades. A growing number of thinkers are saying maybe not. What happens if that inflation rate stays high, like we've been talking about? Priya, what is the threshold, the tipping point that you see for yields that become unsustainable for an economy that's as leveraged as this one is?
Right, I'm glad you bring up leverage because we've solved every recession with more debt. So I think interest sensitivity in the economy is high, leverage is high. What I'm looking at is long end real rates. So you can look at the 10-year real rate, or I would look at actually 5-year forward, because I think it's taking out the impact of high inflation prints as carry in the front end. I think 5-year real, we're about 50 basis points. I think another 50 basis points, you get close to 1% long end real rates. It starts to impact housing, consumer durables, any interest-sensitive part of the economy really starts to struggle. So I think we're not quite there yet, which is why I have the 10-year continuing to sell off a little bit. But we've done a lot of the work. The market's done a lot of that tightening being priced into that long end. QT, which we think is going to get announced today, I think does that last bit. And so there's a little bit more room, I see, for those real rates.
So do you think that QT has been fully priced, or do you think that people will be surprised at how influential it will be when it does begin, likely in June?
So I think it's a non-linear effect. I think the announcement today is priced in. We got all the details in the minutes. So the actual caps or the phase-in, I think that's priced in. As it ramps up, as we deal with supply, $1 trillion a year more of supply, the first 500 billion might be taken down. What happens to the next 500 billion? We need to find the marginal buyer of treasuries, and that's what's going to, I think, move rates higher. So I think closer to year end, I do think QT is not priced in. That flow effect of all that supply, I think, still needs to get priced into the market.
Priya, you wake up every day with the privilege of Mark McCormick. He has been absolutely lights out on resilient dollar. Do you two continue with a resilient dollar, even with the yield dynamics you discuss?
We do right now because the U.S. is still very strong, is the strongest growth economy. I do talk to Mark a lot about, isn't the dollar also tightening financial conditions? So think of the consumer or the corporate sector that's dealing with higher interest rates, higher inflation, stronger dollar. At what point does all of this become too much for the economy to handle? I do look at the dollar with a little bit of a concern about the future because it's tightening conditions. But yeah, for now, we have a strong dollar in mind.
Priya, if you were in this press conference today at 2:30, what would you ask Fed Chair Powell?
Oh, I have lots of questions. But maybe I would ask, monetary policy works with a lag. What's the kind of lag that they're comfortable with? What's the tolerance for inflation? Is the momentum of inflation declining? Is that enough? Or do they really want to get to 2% inflation by next year? Because then the soft landing and trying to get inflation back to 2%, I think that's an impossible goal or set of goals. So what's more important? And I know he's going to struggle to answer that, but how does he think about what they're doing now impacting the economy a year from now? So maybe we're not going to get inflation down that quickly, but maybe the Fed should be okay with that. So some question in that format.
Hey, Priya, awesome to hear from you. Priya Misra there of TD. What you've heard in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes is just two different views on what this Fed is going to do. And that's why the next 12 to 18 months is going to be fascinating, because that's where the debate is. Not the 50 basis points we might get in 20 minutes' time. It's how much this economy can tolerate. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank saying, more than you think. Priya Misra of TD, Bramo, essentially saying, less than you think. Someone's going to be right, someone's going to be wrong. But that's where the debate in the division is, at the FOMC as well, going through next year.
And the real core of this debate also is whether or not the Fed wants to even get back down to a 3% or 2% inflation rate in the next few years. If they want to do that, are they going to have to torpedo an economic trajectory in a way that we have not seen for a long time?
Isn't that ultimately the problem they have to think they might be willing to tolerate inflation at, say, a 3, a 4 handle into next year? Tom, can they actually communicate that in a news conference today? I don't think they can.
Absolutely not. They can't get out front. And John, I'm going to go OBE on you, the military phrase, where this central bank and every other central bank, and I think for Lagarde, the challenges are factors worse. They're going to be overcome by events. I look at it in England, you get a 123 sterling, and I'm sorry, they're overcome by events, let alone the utility bills with oil. I think, John, one of the headline stories here is a creep up in oil the last 10 days. Few are talking about 110 on Brent crude. Is he going to talk about it? No. But he's going to be overcome by events like every other central banker.
Is demand destruction a feature at the moment, Lisa? Arguably, it could be. Is it going to be a bigger feature of things in the months to come? Arguably, likely.
How else are they going to transmit this Fed policy, a tighter policy, if it doesn't crimp demand? How else do we end up with slowing inflation? There is a lag effect also to the cost of rent. There is a lag effect to the cost of wages, and that really is the demand picture.
Ultimately, isn't that the Matt Lazzetti question over at Deutsche Bank? How high do rates need to go to actually start curtailing demand? And if you are trying to rebalance the forces in the labour market, can you do that without sending unemployment higher and without ultimately ending up with a hard landing?
And really, this goes down to the question of how long it takes to transmit a mechanism in an economy that seems really rather bulletproof due to how much people have with savings and how much people have locked in some of those debt maturities.
We have got an awesome lineup for you just around the corner. JP Morgan's Michael Ferroli will be joining us next. Wonderful. And still ahead, reaction to that Fed rate decision with Guggenheim's Scott Minerd and Grant Thornton's Diane Swong to respond to what many expect to be a 50 basis point rate hike in about 28 minutes time, or 20 minutes time to be precise. Where is that clock? There it is. There's 17 minutes and 24 seconds. This is Bloomberg.
Knife making is almost meditative for me. There's a lot of passion behind it. There's a lot of hard work behind it. And it's not just something that you kind of just brush off like, oh, this is just a knife. People hands touch this knife. People pour their passion and their soul inside of these products.
The art of blacksmithing has a very long history. Our notion of what it means to be civilized is to have metallurgy, to have the ability to transform the natural world.
When somebody uses my knife, I want them to say, damn! Golly, this is a badass knife. Come here, let me show y'all something.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
I have a plan to reduce the deficit even more, which will help reduce inflationary pressures and lower everyone's costs for families. A consequence of a war and gas prices and oil and food and it all, it's a different world right this moment because of Ukraine and Russia.
The President of the United States there, he was due to be speaking in about 15 minutes' time, and then they brought things forward a few hours. Tom, do you think they remembered that there was a Fed decision coming up in the afternoon that perhaps they shouldn't have scheduled up against?
I'm going to say, as I mentioned on Bloomberg Radio earlier today, John, I think that Abramowitz single-handedly moved the White House.
Okay.
I would agree with that. I think Bramo did that. I agree.
Okay, both
I
of
agree.
you are throwing shade at me because I was the one person who actually thought maybe this was signal or something. They had some deliberate reason, not just an accident, and they didn't know it was going to happen.
They didn't know, did they?
That was what you guys said, and you might have been right.
They didn't know. Live on TV and radio.
John,
Diplomatic, Surveillance Volume 2.
John, before we get to Ferroli,
Sure.
can I ask, what is Man City going to do with Jack Grealish? I mean...
Is he starting today? I haven't even seen
I'm
his starting
asking. I
lineups.
don't think he's starting today. He's like done.
Are you counter-programming, Tom?
You're literally
Doesn't that
to
kick
watch
off
the
in an
game.
hour and 15 minutes?
I don't know.
We can watch that when we're watching Chairman Powell. Tom. How about that?
What they pay for Grealish, like $1 gazillion?
Something like
it was
100
like,
mil.
you know, it was like an inflation
I know.
impulse. Speaking of inflation impulses, Michael Ferroli, chief economist at J.P. Morgan, joins us now as we launch forward. Priya Misra still with us as well. Michael Ferroli, in the weekly prospects this weekend, after this Fed decision, after this jobs report, you have to look out into the future. What kind of future do you witness at J.P. Morgan?
Well, I think so far the growth outlook still remains pretty decent, though it is clearly slowing. Financial conditions, I think, as a number of people have already mentioned, have been tightening, and so that's going to exert some effect on housing, on export performance, on manufacturing more generally. So I do think we're in a still a reasonably benign growth environment, but one that is, you know, gradually downshifting in terms of the pace of final demand growth.
Mike, just in terms of where you think inflation lands year end, if you've got an idea on where you think this is heading, just on the mechanics of the year over year, the base effects and all of that, any idea what kind of handle we'll have? 4, 5?
Consistent with that. So definitely still remaining pretty high thanks to a lot of the more sticky components that have picked up pressure lately, but at the same time expecting some of the goods pricing, which over the past 6 to 12 months have been really out of control. I think some of that should moderate.
What degree of tolerance do you expect that they will have for that full handle, Mike, if we get to the end of the year and that's where we are? I'm not asking that because I think you've got a crystal ball. I'm just trying to understand the reaction function of this Fed.
Yeah, so I think a lot of that price pressure is already kind of built into the cake. And I think what they're going to be more focused on is what they're seeing in wage pressures, which will ultimately support or not support those price pressures. So I think if we see significant slowing in the labor market, if we see those vacancy numbers kind of cool off, I think that would give them you know, some confidence that inflation will kind of come to their more benign path going out, you know, 2 or 3 years. If that's not the case, then I think they got more work to do. And I think that's going to be what really decides it for them.
This whole concept of data dependency, we talk about it all the time, and we got the data in terms of job openings, and it came in surprisingly hotter than expected to a new record high of 11.5 million job openings, almost 2 per each unemployed individual. Is that enough, Mike, to really make it into the conversation today for Fed Chair Powell to sort of give some sense that perhaps the labor market is not going to cool anytime soon?
Oh, yeah, I think it's already made it into the conversation. Last I think a lot of people felt one of the most notable things he said in the last press conference was that the labor market was tight to an unhealthy degree. And given that the ratio you mentioned, or the ratio of vacancies to hires, tends to be perhaps even a better measure of slack than the unemployment rate, I think he realizes he's got a lot of work to do, or the Fed's got a lot of work to do in terms of cooling aggregate demand and therefore slowing businesses' demand for labor. So it's not going to be a couple-month process.
The reason why I raise this issue is because people have been saying this for a while, which is why people are saying, look, they've been talking about balance sheet reduction. They haven't gone. They're going to announce it today, probably. They're still not going to go today. They announced the potential for larger than 50 basis point rate hikes. They're probably not going to do it today. When do we start to see their actual willingness to come through on some of the rhetoric?
Well, I mean, obviously, they are going to be hiking 50 basis. Well, we think at least 50 basis points today, and then doing more later and perhaps signaling that. So I don't think that's not doing anything, and certainly the market is anticipating them to do, a lot more, which I think you're seeing in a variety of financial conditions. So, yeah, they were slow to the game here, but I think they are trying to make up for lost time, and I think the fact that some of the mechanical reasons why balance sheet runoff doesn't happen until the beginning of the month, I think the market's going to kind of look through that and price in a lot of that effect.
Usually when a number is odd, Michael, you pay attention to it. The trade balance today was absolutely stunning, extending out over 100 figure.
Yeah.
Folks, 50 used to be something, 70. The curve is absolutely extraordinary looking back 40 years. Michael Ferroli, is this a Fed that has to ignore the international export-import dynamics? Or, is domestic final sales what matters now? Or do we really have to worry about this trade balance?
No, I think there's a couple of reasons why it matters. One is we saw the trade deficit as a share of GDP widen out to almost 5% in the first quarter. I think that what that tells you, given that the current account will likely move, sympathetically, is that foreign developments are actually holding down domestic interest rates here in the United States. When you have that amount of capital inflow, it tells you that real rates abroad are lower than real rates here. And so in a way, international developments are holding down R-star in the U.S. I think the other reason foreign developments matter here is that the move in the dollar, real trade-weighted dollar that we've seen over the past few months, called about 10%, that, according to most models, could take 2 to 3% off of the level of GDP over the next year or two.
Michael, I don't want to front-run Bruce Kasman, but let's do it for Friday. If we end the China lockdown, what does that do to the impulse in the United States of lower rates? How much up did rates jump if Beijing and Shanghai come off lockdown?
I think that's a question more for my interest rate strategy colleagues, but what I would say is...
See how he did that, John? It's just amazing.
Is that I think the effect on domestic inflation here in the U.S. is a bit ambiguous because on the one hand, that slowdown is holding down overall global demand for commodities. On the other hand, it may be reducing supply of manufactured goods. So I think the effect for U.S. inflation developments, imported inflation developments, is a bit ambiguous, though it would, of course, be favorable for the overall global growth outlook. So I'm sure rates would go up by some.
Mike, you just raised an important point, though, a couple of minutes ago. You talked about the FX channel and how much it would shave off GDP. I want to understand from your perspective whether for this Federal Reserve, what is happening in markets right now, particularly through the FX channel, whether that is a welcome development, given what they're trying to achieve.
It is. I think. Well, I believe it is. They're not hiking rates just for the fun of it, right? They want to slow the pace of growth here in the U.S. and certainly, weaker exports and more domestic demand being met by imports will slow that business demand for labor here. And so I think that's one of several channels by which they hope to achieve their goal, which is slower growth, which hopefully will ease that labor demand and get the labor market back into better balance.
Priya, this is an important question for market participants. Priya Misra of TD, still with us, by the way, going into this Federal Reserve decision. Priya, we had an ugly month for equities through April. The NASDAQ 100 down the most since 2008 on a monthly basis. Credit really difficult. Taylor Riggs went through that for us a little bit earlier on this afternoon. Any reason to believe that this Fed put comes out of retirement anytime soon?
Not with inflation where it is and not with the Fed so far from neutral. I think this becomes a big issue as they get to neutral and now policy is no longer accommodative. But right now, with inflation as high as it is, an unhealthy labor market, as Chair Powell put it, I think the reaction function right now is let's get to neutral and let's get there expeditiously, which is the word that they're using. So I don't think financial conditions, I mean, they're doing what the Fed wants it to do. I'm sure they're moving much faster than the Fed would have liked, but I don't think the put is here right now, given inflation.
Priya, we're also looking at how much in the longer term, I believe that we're still hearing Michael Ferroli there in the background, but Priya, there is this concern about how high they can go with respect to the dollar being an international body and being basically the central bank of last resort. Do you think that there is a conversation toward the international zone and the disruptions that we're seeing in certain markets with the weakenings of other currencies and the inflation crises there? Is that on their radar, or does it not matter because inflation in the U.S. is in the forefront?
You know, I think the Fed has a dual mandate, and it's a very domestic dual mandate. So I'm sure they look at international developments, what's happening in China, Russia. I mean, all that is impacting U.S. inflation, which the Fed is trying to bring down. So I'm sure they're looking at that, as well as what does a tighter dollar mean for financial conditions. But given how high inflation is, and the fact that they've only raised rates once, I think right now all this is much lower in terms of the priority list. The key is let's get to neutral and let's try and at least keep inflation expectations anchored, which is why I think even though we don't think they go significantly above neutral, because we think things will start to slow down, I don't think Chair Powell can sound all that dovish or can sound, to that earlier question on the put, that there's any put on financial markets. I think they have to maintain inflation expectations and keep an eye on wages and prices and hope that that momentum is starting to slow to allow them to not go significantly above neutral. So it's way down the list, I think.
But Priya, your point here about how the fact that they've only raised zero one time and we're still talking about all of these rate hikes and all of these balance sheet reductions, that's what I was getting at earlier. This question of will their actions match their talk? There is a huge skepticism in markets that they will not follow through. They're just kind of trying to jawbone this down, hoping that inflation will cool in the meantime so they won't have to make that hard decision of getting inflation down or possibly avoiding recession. How much do you see that as being the likelihood of them not coming through on the hawkishness?
I think until 275, maybe 3%, because we do think that's where neutral short term, in the short term, that's where neutral rates are. I think they follow through. And I think they follow through in QT because the balance sheet is extremely large. Can they follow through with 75 basis points or intermediate hikes or going significantly above neutral? That's where I think the economy is going to tell them not so fast. But I do think they're going to follow through because they've got a clear path that they have to follow through what the market's pricing in, at least to neutral. And after that, they're being intentionally vague because I think they want to see what do rate hikes do. You have to let it breathe a bit as well to see what rate hikes are doing to the economy.
So Priya, let's get to the essence of your point. 4 minutes away, why are they expecting a 50 basis point hike? You're saying they will be data dependent, but not for a few more months. So let's talk about that. If there is no Fed put that is in retirement, markets will price this all in up front. They're not going to respond to that, your words, your thoughts. You think they respond to the economic data. What is the lag time between what's happening in the markets, what's happening with the Federal Reserve decision on the FOMC, and what happens in the economy for them to respond to that? When does that start to show up? When can they respond to it? And ultimately, the last question, when do they become so-called data dependent?
Sure. So I think once they get to neutral, I think they will become more data dependent. So, maybe they think of a range of neutral, 2.25 to 2.5 or 275. I think that's when economic data and financial data will matter. You asked about the lag. Historically, it's an 18-month lag between monetary policy and the economy. But I do think they're forward-looking and they see tightening in financial conditions. And if there's significant tightening in financial conditions, I talked about five-year real rates, they get to 1%. I think the Fed then starts to, and if right at that time they're getting to neutral, I think they're going to pay attention. Right now, I think it's a one variable reaction function, just inflation, but that's going to change as they get more hikes underway.
Priya, awesome. As always, Priya Misra there of TD. Our special thanks to Michael Feroli as well over at JP Morgan, who ran away to ask Jay Barry, Tom, their race view over at JP Morgan.
Yeah,
and hopefully one day we'll find out
what
that is. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
That's going to be interesting to see. How did he run from that question? John, this is exciting. And I really, I go back to 94 or, obviously 2000 as well. But it's been said so many times, I think we've become benumbed to it. A 50 beat move is a big change from the measured cadence that Alan Greenspan invented.
I agree. But do you know what's a bigger deal? It's the reason we're here. It's because so far, Lisa, as you pointed out, we've only had a 25 basis point hike. And they are down where they are relative to where inflation is at the moment.
That's where I really am trying to understand what the market believes about the Fed. This has been a dovish Fed for so long, for more than a decade. Do we really believe they have done a complete about face and understand that they need to be overly hawkish compared to the market's expectations in order to tighten policy? Do they have that willingness at a time when there is an increasing number of people talking about recession?
I think Bramo's questioning the Fed's pivot here, TK.
Well,
just a little bit.
I think that the market is.
I'm going to cut him some slack. Did these guys deliver, these men and women, did they deliver a fully employed America? To me, that's the heart of the question.
You're cutting them some slack.
I'm cutting them slack. Did they deliver a fully employed
so
America at 3.5% on Friday?
He can see the clock, Lisa. He knows there's only 30 seconds
I know.
left.
That's the reason why I'm not talking.
You can't say anything.
I know.
I'll give you some time a little bit later,
Thank you.
Bramo,
I
to go on
appreciate
a solid rant.
Solid 1 minute rant.
I can't wait for it. Going into this Fed decision, we are widely expecting a 50 basis point rate hike, the biggest move by this Fed going back to the year 2000. Going into it, your equity market looks a little something like this, up 0.4% on the S&P 500. On the NASDAQ, we're doing okay, up 0.4% also. In the bond market, yields have been surging higher, much higher. Going into this one, your two-year yield shaping up as follows. Yields at the highs of the year. With your Fed decision, here's Mike McKee.
Well, no surprise, the Fed raises interest rates by 0.5 percentage point, 50 basis points, to a range between 75 and 100. They also outline the parameters of balance sheet reduction, which will be imbalances related to the pandemic, higher energy prices, and broader price pressures. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has unknown implications for the U.S. economy, they say, and related events are creating additional upward pressure on inflation, likely to weigh on economic activity. In addition, COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate supply chain disruptions. The committee is highly attentive to inflation risks. And so the decision to raise rates by 0.5 percentage point for the first time since May of 2000, they say they anticipate that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. They add the committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. The decision unanimous this time. As for the balance sheet, the Fed says it will start letting Treasury and mortgage-backed securities roll off, mature, starting on June 1st. They will cap the amount that can roll off in any 1 month at $47.5 billion initially, 30 in Treasuries, 17.5 in mortgages. Those will increase over 3 months to 60 and 35 for a total of $95 billion. That's the figure that had been given in the minutes of the last meeting. Back to the language they used after stopping post-financial crisis QT. They say they intend to slow and then stop the decline in the size of the balance sheet when reserve balances are somewhat above the level it judges to be consistent with ample reserves. Guys?
Mike McKee, let's whip through this price action. Equities with a little bit of a lift here, up 0.7% on the S&P. On the NASDAQ, up 6 or 0.7% also. A curious move in the bond market. Initially, had a bit of a rally, yields lower at the front end, started to price out just a little bit from the June meeting. Mike McKee, then we come back again. Two-year yield unchanged at 278, still in and around the highs of the year. Has anything changed from what we've heard so far, Mike, that would lead you to change your question that you had prepared for Chairman Powell in 30 minutes?
I'm sorry, John, did you ask me?
I did, Mike. Is there anything new in this relative to what we expected coming into it all?
No, and the interesting thing is, I almost started off by saying you priced it in, they delivered. The Fed gave the market what it was expecting. And we were talking earlier on your show about how the Fed is sort of front-running itself. It's telling the markets what it wants them to do. And at this point, they seem satisfied with the markets adjusting to a regular rise of about 50 basis points. No suggestion in this statement of 75.
Michael McKee, we were talking with Dr. Ferroli over at J.P. Morgan about the two parts of the American economy, the domestic part and export-import, even the inventory build that's being discussed. That trade balance number today was a wow statistic. How apart is this economy that Chairman Powell faces, domestic and trade?
Well, a lot of it is trade because of the backups that we've had, Tom. All those ships off the coast that were holding goods and couldn't land in December, in January, have finally started to come ashore. We're getting all of those imports. Plus, the economy here is strong, and people have been buying, and we buy a lot of things from overseas. The general feeling at the Fed is that those numbers are going to start to correct. We'll start to see the trade balance fall, but it is bad news in the short run, and they acknowledge that the economy has been weak in the first quarter.
Meanwhile, the FOMC did repeat their comment that with appropriate firming in the stance of monetary policy, the committee expects inflation to return to its 2% objective and the labor market to remain strong. Objectives that some people would say are at odds with one another at a time where it's very hard to see another way for inflation to slow without dampening demand. What kinds of changes are you expecting to hear around the edges to one or the other in order to understand the prioritization of the Fed right now between inflation and their labor market mandate?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if the chairman, at least, has changed his view, or if he speaks for the committee in changing their view of where they think inflation is going to be, particularly by the end of this year, if they are going to be more aggressive in raising rates. We don't get official forecasts this time. So do they raise their estimate to match what the market sort of sees happening? The other aspect of it is when you go to economics school, they teach you if you're making a forecast, give a number or a time frame, but don't give both. So yes, they expect inflation to go back to 2%, but they're not saying by when. The answer on the unemployment side is the Fed has been very confident that with 11.5 million jobs out there, they don't have a big risk of sending unemployment up a lot in the short run. Over a longer term, perhaps, but right now, they feel if you lose your job, you can probably get another one.
Mike McKee, wonderful coverage, as always, from you, sir. Looking forward to your question in the news conference a little bit later this afternoon. Just to run through the decision, we get a 50 basis point hike. You were all looking for it. The first one going all the way back to the year 2000. Plans to wind down the balance sheet. That will begin in June at a monthly pace of $47.5 billion. That will step up over the next 3 months to $95 billion. Worth pointing out, that is twice the pace, double the pace, basically, once they get to $95 billion than the pace we were running at last time around when balance sheet runoff started. When was that, Bramo? 2017, 2019?
Something
it's
like
quicker,
yeah,
much
it's a lot
quicker.
Faster. They've got a lot further to go. And a lot of people take a look at the labor market, they see a lot more momentum. I do want to go back, though, to this idea, this dueling objective, where they're talking about getting inflation down. What is the time frame, as Mike was saying, to get back to 2%? Is it okay if it happens in 2035?
Well, I think ultimately right now they don't have to choose between growth and inflation. They can focus on inflation because the data is good. We heard that in the last news conference. I would have expected to hear that again in this news conference too. But this line in the statement I think is pretty interesting. The committee is highly attentive to inflation risks. Then he talks about China. I say he, not just the chairman, but the whole of the Federal Reserve. The issues there are likely to exacerbate supply chain disruptions. Then on top of what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, that's likely to create additional upward pressure on inflation. Okay. But also likely to weigh on economic activity. Now, this is the dilemma that people think the Fed might face towards year-end, Tom, where they have to choose between supporting growth or curtailing inflation. And that's the dilemma that maybe a lot of people obviously don't want this Fed to have to face.
I'm not going to overthink that, John. I'm going to look at the partition here. You know, given the supply shock you talk about and the continued shocks, the China lockdown, of the separation of domestic and foreign economics for America. Someone to partition that for us and to expect the unexpected is Scott Minerd, Guggenheim Global CIO. Always controversial, always interesting, ready to take notes. Dodgers strong this morning. For those of you on radio, Mr. Minerd, very much LA Dodgers right now. Scott Minerd, I'm going to cut to the chase. We have to expect the unexpected, and that always speaks through the bond fixed income system. What will the price of bills, notes, and bonds do?
Well, I think right now, Tom, we're actually coming to a near peak. When you see how much we've backed up, we're from where our models sit, we are now 5 standard deviations away from our predicted level for rates. That tells you that we're like 1 in 3.5 million probability of getting to this level. We're really overextended, and I think that the Fed, with its inflation fighting statements here, that it's very, very hawkish. They're being very, very aggressive in terms of both shrinking the balance sheet and raising rates, that the market is going to have confidence that they're going to overcome the inflation problem. The real question in my mind is, going back to the 1930s, we have never been able to reduce inflation by more than 2.5 percentage points without inducing a recession. So even if we don't get close to the 2% target, it's very likely that we will have some kind of an economic slowdown well before we get to the desired inflation target.
When we see the trade balance today, that's the kind of shock that's almost exogenous to the zeitgeist out there. What items are you looking for, Scott, that feed into you this recession call? What are the things that matter to get to a true contraction?
Right. Well, Tom, it's interesting. Everything we talk about, and you'll appreciate this, we keep talking about the rate of change. And the rate of change is obviously the first derivative. But I don't hear people talking about the second derivative. And that is, what is the deceleration that's occurring in various parts of the economy? If we look at money supply right now, on a year-over-year basis, we have M2 up above the inflation rate by about 5 percentage points in real terms. But when you look at it over the last 3 months, we actually are having real money contract by a rate of 3%. The second derivative is the thing that's going to tell us how quickly that we're going to get there. And I think the market is not focused on that. But I believe that somewhere here in the near term, we're going to get preoccupied with how quickly all these numbers are changing.
Well, Scott, let's talk about what it means for this market. You've seen the story in the Financial Times. The bond bull market has come to an end. Guggenheim, Scott Minerd says. I know your view is so much more nuanced than that, from a tactical perspective and from a longer time frame going forward strategically. Can you walk me through how nuanced your view actually is?
Sure. Well, as I mentioned, using a cyclical adjustment for bond yields, we are now, well away from any outcome we would expect if the long-term bull market were still intact. But having said that, right, even when these long trends end, this 40-year bull market ends, we saw this when rates rose in the 60s and 70s. What happens is we tend to find we break the trend, but we then do a mean reversion and we go back down in yields. So I'm expecting that rates here are not going to go skyrocketing off into the stratosphere, but what we've done is, by breaking the long-term trend, we now are probably in a protracted period, maybe 5 to 10 years, where the range on interest rates is going to be somewhere between the lows that we've had already and the highs that we're currently seeing, and that at some point, like in the 1940s and the 50s, that we will break out of that consolidation range and we will begin a generational bear market in bonds. One interesting thing to remember from the 1940s, we didn't break 2.25% on the 10-year note, which had been the high for the previous decade, until 1952. Once we started with an increase in interest rates, it took us 10 years to get to 3.25%. So, when I say the long-term bull market is over, and I think it's very clear statistically when you're talking about probabilities of over 1 in a million that you're still in a trend, that doesn't mean that we're instantly reversing course and going to go rocketing higher. What it's telling us is we're probably going to go into a long period of consolidation and ultimately find ourselves somewhere in the next 5 to 10 years in a sustained bear market in bonds, which is further out in the investment horizon than most investors I know.
So, Scott, allow me to jump in. Before we jump to the next leg then, if you took that FT headline, you'd assume that Scott was saying dump bonds. You're not saying that. So can you tell us more specifically what role bonds have in the portfolio, given what we've just heard from the Fed and what we're expecting from the Fed further down the road?
Right. Well, Jonathan, I think based on everything we heard from the Fed, inflation fighting is number one priority. You know, that gives me a lot of confidence that given how extremely oversold we are, that we're going to see a near-term rally in bonds. Somewhere, you know, it's not necessarily starting today. It's not starting next week or next month, but it's not far out. And so I would expect that we're going to see a reversion back to the mean, that bonds will ultimately perform better again. And honestly, for people who are income-oriented, where today you can buy corporate bonds that are yielding 4 to 5% for high-quality corporate bonds, those are attractive income yields relative to where we've been. And there's a lot of money out there that would like to get higher income, whether it's in pension funds or insurance companies or just people in their IRAs. So, you know, I think that near term, I'm actually fairly bullish. I think rates will come back down. We shouldn't be panicked. The Fed has been very clear. We're going to fight inflation. We're not worrying about the economy right now. So inflation fighting is priority number one, and that's the sort of environment where bonds perform well.
Scott, you've been in the Milken Conference for a while. Do you think that people generally are too bearish or too bullish in terms of their investment theses, let alone just what they're saying, their prognostications about the longer or even medium-term outlook?
Well, you know, it's really interesting, Lisa. Everybody seems to be so uncertain about the near-term future. But the longer-term view seems to be somewhat positive, if not bullish. I had a breakfast this morning with a major investor in private equity, and he was telling me he thinks, you know, we're going to have a tough go for the next 8 months or so in stocks, but ultimately we're going to come out of this and do well. You know, I'm always skeptical of the consensus views. You know, the view today is so bearish on stocks, so bearish on bonds. Right. You know, every time we get this far out of consensus, you know, it seems that the opposite direction is the way to go.
Scott Minerd with us on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. John Farrell, Lisa Bramwitz, and myself, we welcome all of you to truly an historic day, to a 50 basis point move in the rate as expected. And John, if I look at the entire Bloomberg data screen, I guess I've got to just simply say equity's up. They like what they see.
Yeah, and then the news conference in about 15 minutes. And I can tell you, Tom, a big question on the South side that many people have been looking for is the 75 basis point question from the Federal Reserve. A lot of people out there want to know. You're going to hear that in the news conference by at least one journalist. His thoughts on that, and within that answer, it's going to tell you a little something about the future.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get out front on 75 beeps, but he may talk about the calendar items going to the end of the year. Diane Swonk is focused on the end of the year with Grant Thornton, their chief economist, and we're thrilled she could join us today. Diane Swonk, I want you to look out, as Michael Feroli of J.P. Morgan did a moment ago, at the two-part economy that Chairman Powell faces. A buoyant, fully employed domestic economy, maybe with a negative statistic, off of the international dynamics, export-import, inventory build. Does he have to coalesce those two together, or does he ignore the trade balance and say, I'm focused on a good American economy?
I think he's going to ignore the trade balance. I think the biggest issue here is he's focused on inflation, and he's going to be more Volcker-esque in terms of inflation. This is a Fed that, you know, many of the leadership have now said a little hard to get to that soft, magical soft landing, and you're hearing more within the Fed admit that is a word that Chairman Powell himself used, softish on the landing.
Softish.
That's harder. And our own analysis, softish. He actually used that word, soft or soft-ish. And I think that's really important because our analysis suggests we need to get above 5% on the unemployment rate to derail the inflation that we've got out there right now. You know, we've got 1.9 job openings per worker. That is up from a little above 1-to-1 back in February 2020, which is what Powell wants to get back to. You've got to both hammer demand and increase the supply of workers. The only way to do both is to
Diane,
raise
I don't mean to
unemployment
interrupt,
rate.
but this is too important before this press conference. What is the carnage in economic growth to get us out to a 5% unemployment rate?
Well, it depends on how fast you want to get there. You can get there with a soft landing, with the economy stalling out on the domestic side in the second half of the year and into 2023. That's by the end of 2023, where growth is just not enough to hold on unemployment. Or you can get there more rapidly by actually having a contraction in growth. And that's where the uncertainties with the war in Ukraine, all of the other issues, the supply chain issues we face, really hard. The Fed's decision today is that they've got to bring demand down to a supply-constrained global economy. And the only place they can increase supply actually is in the labor market. And I think that's a really important issue that gets lost in translation. It's that this is a Fed hammering demand, and we can do it with a soft growth recession, a mild recession that's more prolonged, or more aggressively, but it's the nonlinearities. It's the unanticipated effects as rates spike more rapidly. One of the things we do know is that mortgage rates that go up don't necessarily hammer the housing market and home values. Mortgage rates that go up rapidly, like we've seen, are nonlinear and have a much more dramatic effect on both of those things.
Diane, another way of illustrating the tough job the Fed has is just going through their forecast. The last time we were all together, we had the summary of economic projections from the March meeting. The forecast looked like this. PCE 4.1% for 22, 23 it comes down to 2.6, 24 down to 2.3. And the curious part of the forecast was the fact the unemployment rate was at 3.5 for this year, 3.5 for next year, and 3.6 for the year after that. Diane, everything you've said, do you still think it is incredibly unlikely that they can get inflation down to 4, down to 2, and keep unemployment exactly where it is at 3.5%?
Well, I never did, so I still don't. I think I called those forecasts fanciful at best when they first came out, and they just don't count. They just don't add up, and that's the reality we face. And you're now starting to hear that from within the ranks of the Federal Reserve, talking about a harder landing, talking about how hard it is to get to this. You know, former Fed Vice Chair coming out, Don Cohn, and saying, you know, the probability of them being able to do this all right, 25%. That's a 75% probability that they slip into a recession in his assessment. I think this is really important, is the Fed is now in the position where they're focused on inflation and employment is secondary. That is a very different equation than we've seen the Fed in for a very, very long time.
Does it remain that way? Diane, I think is the more important question, isn't it? Because you can say those things right now as a Fed official because unemployment is at 3.5%. But when it starts to go the other way, when you start to see demand get hit, will you remain committed to inflation if it's still at 4 or 5? I guess the easier way of asking this question, we've asked it through today, through the morning and into the afternoon. If they have to choose between supporting growth and curtailing inflation, do we know, Diane, what they'll choose?
They'll choose containing inflation. I have no doubt of that. And that may come because of the nonlinearities that we see, or it may come because they raise rates. Either way, we're going to get inflation down, and that is their goal. It's a global inflation problem we face. And I want to get to another point that Scott had made about the next phase. After they get through this inflation phase, we're going into a world that's likely to be more inflation prone with a more activist Fed for some time to come. We're going to be more vulnerable to boom-bust cycles as we move from just-in-time to just-in-case inventories, more regionalized supply chains, more higher-cost onshoring. All of that with harder borders, that all suggests a world in which we're more inflation prone than we were the one we left. And I think it's really telling that those at the Fed do not see us returning to the world we left in 2019, even Jay Powell in March at our NABE meeting. He said, no one is sitting around and waiting for the world that we were in to come back anytime soon.
That said, they're still looking for that 2% inflation rate. They reiterated that in their statement. And Tom Porcelli over at RBC had this to say. He said he wants to understand whether Powell wants to get that 2% inflation target before he stops raising rates, because if he does, then funds will be meaningfully higher than what most folks seem to think at the moment, and recession will be upon us. Do you think, Diane, that he wants to see, that Jay Powell wants to see 2% inflation before he stops raising rates?
I do. And I think that's because of the environment we're in. We do have some things that are an offset. A strong dollar is not the situation we had in the 1970s when the dollar was depreciating. But we've got a global inflation environment, and central banks around the world has been slow on the uptake because of the pandemic, the 1-2 punch of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and then the Fed citing the lockdowns in China as well. I think they really are focused on how supply constrained this world is, but that they can't look through those supply constraints. They now have to deal with them. And I think that's the reality we're dealing with.
Initially, after this Fed decision came out, the reaction in markets was pretty quiet, things fluctuating around. Now they're decidedly lower on the equity side as people parse through. And I wonder, Diane, how much it has to do with exactly that point. The fact that the risk factor with China lockdowns, the risk factor even with the Ukraine war, was to higher inflation, and that was the emphasis more than slowing growth.
Exactly. And I think the reality is we're talking about also the risk of stagflation abroad, accelerating inflation even as they may contract in response to the war in Ukraine. That is an untenable situation and an unsustainable situation, and one in which the Fed as a central bank to the world has to take into account as well.
6 minutes to the press conference, and Scott Minerd with Diane Swag today. Just thrilled at this guest list, and we get a great conversation forward after the press conference. Michael McKee, of course, in attendance. Scott Minerd, you've been listening to this, and a 5% unemployment rate, or wherever it would head given economic contraction, speaks to the politics of this Fed. You and I have studied McChesney Martin, Truman. I believe it was McChesney Martin and LBJ again in Vietnam. How political does Powell have to be, sensitive to the Washington process?
Well, I think, Tom, that they're demonstrating right now that they have to be highly sensitive. The uproar over price increases and the pressure they're feeling from Congress, I think, is causing the committee to be maybe more aggressive than they normally would be, because they want to demonstrate politically that they're being strong and they're fighting inflation. The thing that I find interesting, and I agree with Diane, I love the way she divides this up into a two-part issue, which is the first part is this inflation battle that we're currently in, and then there's this period that comes later. My biggest concern is that because of the political pressures, if the sentiment in Washington should flip and unemployment becomes a bigger concern than inflation, that the Fed would then find itself feeling that it had to pivot before it reached its 2% inflation target. And if it did that, that deeply concerns me about the credibility of the Fed in terms of being viewed as an inflation fighter, and it would probably bring forward my outlook longer term that we will eventually enter a bear market in bonds, because Diane is right in terms of we have a lot of structural problems here. We don't have enough workers. We have to rejigger supply chains. There are shortages. So structurally, our economy right now is not set up to allow the Fed to pivot early if they don't have inflation under control, if unemployment begins to rise and they start to feel political pressure coming from Congress.
Scott, embedded in that statement that you just made was a question about the credibility of this Federal Reserve. Are you saying that this chairman, Jay Powell, is sensitive to the political mood of Washington, D.C.?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you why, Jonathan. And that is that what Tom was alluding to was the pressure that Arthur Burns and people like that who were chair of the Fed felt having to deal with Lyndon Johnson and Nixon to continue to allow inflationary pressures to build to keep the economy moving. And so I believe that the Fed's independence is being more challenged today than it has been in generations. And the chair knows that, the committee knows that, and they are being more reactive to the political pressure than they might have been under a Volcker or a Greenspan or a Yellen era.
And Diane, does that resonate with you at all?
So I would do another little nuance on it. I think that, first of all, inflation affects 100% of people, and even though unemployment is absolutely horrific and extremely hard, it only affects a few percent of people. And so inflation is always a bigger political problem than unemployment initially. And I think initially is a very important word here. The Fed's credibility is already on the line because inflation has persisted longer at higher rates than they expected. And transitory in economics, maybe a few years, that's not transitory in anyone's wallets. So I think the Fed does have their credibility at stake. I think Scott's right. Their independence is being challenged. But I also think the political landscape is part of what the reality of what we always see with inflation, and that is 100% of Americans see inflation. Not 100% of Americans feel unemployment. Even if unemployment rises to 5%, you still get 95% employed. That's not good. But it's the reality of the politics of this. And I don't think the Fed stops when unemployment rises. And on that side of it, that is also the credibility of the Fed, and they have to go there to reestablish their credibility after falling behind the curve on inflation today.
Diane Swank of Grant Thornton, thank you, alongside Scott Minerd of Guggenheim, on a day where the Federal Reserve hikes interest rates 50 basis points, the biggest move going all the way back to the year 2000. QT, balance sheet reduction, that's set to start in the next month. TK, some big moves still ahead for this Federal Reserve.
Well, big moves ahead for the Fed, and they're going to have to frame it out, and this is going to be a delicate press conference. He's going to be tested here with some really tough questions, John. I mean, I look at the screen, markets maybe haven't moved all that much, but I would settle in for a press conference where there can be any kind of, statement and then that follow-up question, John, which maybe would really set to the next meeting.
I have to admit, I'm not used to seeing people in the room, Tom. Looking at the feed now for the Federal Reserve, waiting for Chairman Powell to walk through this door, Bramo. It's been quite a while since we've had the journalists there. It has been 2 years. That's how long it's been.
How much do you think some of the technical issues of the last press conference encouraged and expedited the in-person press conference this time around?
I think perhaps that had something to do with it.
Just saying.
Just a little bit, perhaps maybe. Although we don't know for sure. Mike McKee is in the room. He's going to get a question, I'm sure, at some point. Going into it then, your equity market of 0.6% on the S&P 500. On the NASDAQ, up around 0.15%. Some big moves out there in the bond market over the last couple of months. Today, just a bit of a bid at the front end. Yields coming in a couple of basis points on a 2-year. Let's call it 276. On a 10-year, in a basis point to 296. Chairman Powell into the room, stepping up to the lectern. Here he is.
Nice to see everyone in person for the first time in a couple of years. Before I go into the details of today's meeting, I'd like to take this opportunity to speak directly to the American people. Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing, and we're moving expeditiously to bring it back down. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by a half percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target rate for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are beginning the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. After expanding at a robust 5.5% pace last year, overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter. Underlying momentum remains strong, however, as the decline largely reflected swings in inventories and net exports, two volatile categories whose movements last quarter likely carry little signal for future growth. Indeed, household spending and business fixed investment continued to expand briskly. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight. Over the first 3 months of the year, employment rose by nearly 1.7 million jobs. In March, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic and near 5-decade low of 3.6%. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has increased somewhat, labor supply remains subdued. Employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at the fastest pace in many years. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in March, total PCE prices rose 6.6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 5.2%. Aggregate demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. Disruptions to supply have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to further exacerbate supply chain disruptions as well. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous loss and hardship, and our thoughts and sympathies are with the people of Ukraine. Our job is to consider the implications for the U.S. economy, which remain highly uncertain. In addition to the effects on inflation, the invasion and related events are likely to restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, creating spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to restoring price stability. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point and stated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. We also decided to begin the process of reducing the size of our balance sheet, which will play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. We are on a path to move our policy rate expeditiously to more normal levels. Assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in line with expectations, there is a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table at the next couple of meetings. We'll make our decisions meeting by meeting as we learn from incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. And we will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal. With regard to our balance sheet, we also issued our specific plans for reducing our securities holdings. Consistent with the principles we issued in January, we intend to significantly reduce the size of our balance sheet over time in a predictable manner by allowing the principal payments from our securities holdings to roll off the balance sheet, up to monthly cap amounts. For Treasury securities, the cap will be $30 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $60 billion per month. The decline in holdings of Treasury securities under this monthly cap will include Treasury coupon securities, and to the extent that coupon securities are less than the monthly cap, Treasury bills. For agency mortgage-backed securities, the cap will be $17.5 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $35 billion per month. At the current level of mortgage rates, the actual pace of agency MBS runoff would likely be less than this monthly cap amount. Our balance sheet decisions are guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals, and in that regard, we'll be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach in light of economic and financial developments. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Nick Chamarosa of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, the unemployment rate at 3.6% in March is now essentially at the level that the committee had expected would prevail over the next 3 years, and at the bottom end of FOMC participants' projections for the longer run rate that you submitted in the projections at the last meeting. How has your outlook for further declines in the unemployment rate changed since March? What does this imply for your inflation forecast? And how has your level of confidence changed with regard to the feasibility of slowing hiring without pushing the economy into recession? Thanks.
Thank you. So you're right. 3.6% unemployment is just about as low as it's been in 50 years. And I would say that I expect, and committee members generally expect, that we'll get some additional participation. So people will be coming back into the labor force. We've seen that, particularly among prime age people. And that will, of course, tend to hold the unemployment rate up a little bit. I would also expect, though, that job creation will slow. Job creation has been at more than 500,000 per month in recent months, very, very strong, particularly for this stage of the economy. And so we think with fiscal policy less supportive, with monetary policy less supportive, we think that job creation will slow as well. So it is certainly possible that the unemployment would go down further. So I would expect those to be relatively limited because of the additional supply and also just the slowing in job creation. Implications for inflation, really the wages matter a fair amount for companies, particularly in the service sector. Wages are running high, the highest they've run in quite some time. And they are one good example of, or good illustration, really, of how tight the labor market really is. The fact that wages are running at the highest level in many decades. And that's because of an imbalance between supply and demand in the labor market. So we think through our policies, through further healing in the labor market, higher rates, for example, of vacancy filling and things like that, and more people coming back in, we like to think that supply and demand will come back into balance, and that therefore wage inflation will moderate to still high levels of wage increases, but ones that are more consistent with 2% inflation. That's our expectation. Your third question was?
Your level of confidence that you can slow hiring without pushing the economy into a downturn.
So I guess I would say it this way. There's a path. There's a path by which we would be able to have demand moderate in the labor market and therefore have vacancies come down without unemployment going up, because vacancies are at such an extraordinarily high level. There are 1.9 vacancies for every unemployed person, 11.5 million vacancies, 6 million unemployed people. So, and we haven't been in that place on the vacancy, sort of the vacancy unemployed curve, the Beveridge curve. We haven't been at that sort of level of a ratio in the modern era. So in principle, it seems as though by moderating demand, we could see vacancies come down, and as a result, and they could come down fairly significantly, and I think put supply and demand at least closer together than they are, and that would give us a chance to have get inflation down, get wages down, and then get inflation down without having to slow the economy and have a recession and have unemployment rise materially. So there's a path to that. Now, I would say I think we have a good chance to have a soft or softish landing or outcome, if you will, and I'll give you a couple of reasons for that. One is households and businesses are in very strong financial shape. You're looking at excess savings on balance sheets, excess in the sense that they're substantially larger than the prior trend. Businesses are in good financial shape. The labor market is, as I mentioned, very, very strong. And so it doesn't seem to be anywhere close to a downturn. Therefore, the economy is strong and is well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. But I'll say, I do expect that this will be very challenging. It's not going to be easy. And it may well depend, of course, on events that are not under our control. But our job is to use our tools to try to achieve that outcome, and that's what we're going to do.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You talked about using 50 basis point rate hikes or the possibility of them in coming meetings. Might there be something larger than 50? Is 75 or a percentage point possible? And perhaps you could walk us through your calibration. Why 1 month or one meeting should we expect a 50? Why something bigger? Why something smaller? What is the reasoning for the level of the amount of tightening? Thank you.
Sure. So 75 basis point increase is not something the committee is actively considering. What we are doing is we raised 50 basis points today, and we've said that, again, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in ways that are consistent with our expectations, there's a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table for the next couple of meetings. So we're going to make those decisions at the meetings, of course, and we'll be paying close attention to the incoming data and the evolving outlook, as well as to financial conditions. And finally, of course, we will be communicating to the public about what our expectations will be as they evolve. So the test is really just, as I laid it out, economic and financial conditions evolving broadly in line with expectations. And, I think expectations are that we'll start to see inflation, flattening out not necessarily declining yet, but we'll see more evidence. We've seen some evidence that the core PCE inflation is perhaps either reaching a peak or flattening out. We'll want to know more than just some evidence. We'll want to really feel like we're making some progress there. But I mean, we're going to make these decisions, and there'll be a lot more information. I just think we want to see that information as we get there. It's a very difficult environment to try to give forward guidance 60, 90 days in advance. There are just so many things that can happen in the economy and around the world. So, we're leaving ourselves room to look at the data and make a decision as we get there.
I'm sorry, but if inflation is lower 1 month and the unemployment rate higher, would that be something that we would calibrate towards a lower increase in the funds rate? Or
I don't think a 1 month is not no 1 month's reading doesn't tell us much. We'd want to see evidence that inflation is moving in a direction that gives us more comfort. As I said, we've got 2 months now where core inflation is a little lower, but we're not looking at that as a reason to take some comfort. I think we need to really see that our expectation is being fulfilled, that inflation, in fact, is under control and starting to come down. But it's not like we would stop. We would just go back to 25 basis point increases. It'll be a judgment call when these meetings arrive. But our expectation is, if we see what we expect to see, then we would have 50 basis point increases on the table at the next 2 meetings.
Thanks. Let's go to Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith from the Financial Times. Given the expectation that inflation will remain well above the Fed's target at year end, what constitutes a neutral policy setting in terms of the Fed funds rate? And to what extent is it appropriate for policy to move beyond that level at some point this year?
So, neutral. When we talk about the neutral rate, we're really talking about the rate that neither pushes economic activity higher nor slows it down. So it's a concept, really. It's not something we can identify with any precision. So we estimate it within broad bands of uncertainty. And the current estimates on the committee are sort of 2 to 3%. And also, that's a longer run estimate. That's an estimate for an economy that's at full employment and 2% inflation. So really what we're doing is we're raising rates expeditiously to what we see as the broad range of plausible levels of neutral. But we know that there's not a bright line drawn on the road that tells us when we get there. So we're going to be looking at financial conditions, right? Our policy affects financial conditions, and financial conditions affect the economy. So we're going to be looking at the effect of our policy moves on financial conditions. Are they tightening appropriately? And then we're going to be looking at the effects on the economy. And we're going to be making a judgment about whether we've done enough to get us on a path to restore price stability. It's that. So if that path happens to evolve levels that are higher than estimates of neutral, then we will not hesitate to go to those levels. We won't. But again, there's a sort of false precision in the discussion that we as policymakers don't really feel. You know, you're going to raise rates and you're going to be kind of inquiring how that is affecting the economy through financial conditions. And of course, if higher rates are required, then we won't hesitate to deliver them.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios.
Economy through financial conditions. And of course, if higher rates are required, then we won't hesitate to deliver them.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Do you see evidence that inflationary psychology is changing, that in areas like workers' wage demands, businesses' willingness to raise prices, do you see evidence that there is a psychological shift going on inflation? Thanks.
So we don't really see strong evidence of that yet, but that does not in any way make us comfortable. I think if you look at short-term inflation expectations, they're quite elevated, and you can look at that and say, well, that's because people expect inflation to come down, and in fact, inflation expectations come down fairly sharply. Longer-term inflation expectations have been reasonably stable, but have moved up but only to levels where they were in 2014 by some measures. So you can look at that, and I think that's a fair description of the picture, but it's really about the risks. We don't see a wage price spiral. We see that companies have the ability to raise prices, and they're doing that, but there have been price shocks. So I just think it takes you back to the basic point was that we know we need to expeditiously move our policy rate up to ranges of more normal, neutral levels, and we need to look around and keep going if we don't see that financial conditions have tightened adequately, or that the economy is behaving in ways that suggest that we're not where we need to be. So you don't see those things yet, but I would say there's no basis for feeling comfortable about that. It's a risk that we simply can't run that risk. We can't allow a wage price spiral to happen, and we can't allow inflation expectations to become unanchored. It's just something that we can't allow to happen, and so we'll look at it that way.
Gina.
Great. Thanks, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. You mentioned in the statement both the upside risks to inflation from Russia and China. Obviously, those are very much supply shocks rather than demand side. And I wonder what you meant to convey by adding them. I wonder what you meant to convey by adding those.
Well, so our tools don't really work on supply shocks. Our tools work on demand. And to the extent we can't affect really oil prices or other commodity prices or food prices and things like that. So we can't affect those. But there's a job to do on demand. And that you can see that in the labor market, where demand is substantially in excess of supply of workers. And you can see it in the product markets as well. But I guess I'm just pointing out that a couple of things. For both the situation in Ukraine and the situation in China, they're likely to both add to headline inflation, and people are going to be suffering from that. You know, people almost suffer more from food and energy shocks but even though they don't actually tell us much about the future path. So, but the second thing is that they're both capable of preventing further progress in supply chains healing. And so or even making supply chains temporarily worse. So they're going to weigh on the process of global supply chain healing, which is going to affect broader inflation too. So in a way, they're two further negative shocks that have hit really in the last 60 days, 90 days.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. I want to follow up on that because you all have obviously highlighted that there are both supply and demand issues at play in inflation. And I'm just wondering, if these supply chain issues continue because of Russia, because of China, or just because these things take a while to work out, does getting back down to your 2% mandate require that these supply chain issues get resolved, since you can only handle the demand side, as you said, or will you have to crimp demand maybe even further if the supply chain issues don't resolve themselves in order to try and get inflation back down to where you want it to be?
So, I'll just say for now, we're focused on doing the job we need to do on demand, and there's plenty to be done there. Again, if you look at it, it's essentially almost 2-to-1 job vacancies to unemployed people. There's a lot of excess demand. There are more than 5 million more employed plus job openings than there are the size of the labor force. So there's an imbalance there that we have to do our work on. It's a very difficult situation if you can't, you would look at core inflation, which wouldn't include the commodity price shocks. That's one of the reasons we would tend to focus on that, because we can have more of an effect on that. But it would be a very difficult situation. I mean, we have to be sure that inflation expectations remain anchored, and that's part of our job too. So we'd be watching that carefully, and it puts any central bank in a very difficult situation.
Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks, and nice to be back. Two questions, one quick one. You cited the 1.9 to 1 figure so often now. I got to ask you, what would be a good figure there? What would you like to see that come down to think that you're at sort of a non-inflationary vacancy to unemployed rate? And secondly, on help from inflation, how much are you counting on wealth effects through stock market channels? Equity markets broadly down quite a bit since late fall, first of the year. How are you mapping that into household consumption? Have they come down enough? Do you need another leg down in equity values to think that households are going to stop spending at the rate you need them to stop spending?
Okay, so in terms of the vacancies to unemployment ratio, we don't have a goal in mind. There's no specific number that we're saying we got to get to that. It's really you've got to get to a place where the labor market appears to be more in balance, and that depends not only on the level of those things. It depends on how well the matching function in the labor markets are working, because the longer these expansions go on, you can get very efficient with all of that, and the beverage curve shifts out, and that also tends to help. So there isn't a specific number. I will say we were at, I think when we got to 1-to-1 in the late teens, we thought that was a pretty good number. But again, we're not shooting for any particular number. What we'd like to see is progress, but we're not really looking at that. That's an intermediate variable. We're looking at wages, and we're looking at ultimately inflation. So there are a bunch of channels through which policy works. You can think of it as interest-sensitive spending, and then you can think of another big one as asset values broadly. And there are big models with a lot of different channels that are related to that. We don't focus on any one market, the equity market or the housing market, or we focus on financial conditions broadly. So we wouldn't be targeting any one market, as you suggest, for going up or down, or taking a view on whether it's at a good level or a bad level. We just would be looking at very broad measures of financial conditions, all the different financial conditions indexes, for example, which include equity, but they also include debt and many other things, credit spreads, things like that too.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel here from the Washington Post. To follow up from your message from the very beginning, what is your message to the American people about when they will start to feel the effects of, say, the 50 basis point rate hikes or multiple hikes? How do you explain to them what that does to their grocery bill or their rent or their gas bill? Thank you.
So the first thing to say is that we understand, and some of us are old enough to have lived through high inflation, and many aren't. But it's very unpleasant. It's just something people don't, when they experience it for the first time. You're paying more for the same thing. If you're a normal economic person, then you're probably don't have that much extra, to spend, and it's immediately hitting your spending on groceries, on gasoline, on energy, and things like that. So we understand the pain involved. So how do you get out of that? And it's our job to make sure that inflation of that unpleasant high nature doesn't get entrenched in the economy. That's what we're here for. One of the main things we're here for, perhaps the most fundamental thing we're here for. And the way we do that is we try to get supply and demand back in sync with each other, back in balance, so that the economy is under less stress and inflation will go down. Now, the process of getting there involves higher rates, so higher mortgage rates, higher borrowing rates, and things like that. So it's not going to be pleasant either. But in the end, everyone is better off. Everyone, particularly people on fixed incomes and at the lower part of the income distribution, are better off with stable prices. And so we need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can. We think we have a good chance to do it without a significant increase in unemployment or really sharp slowdown. But ultimately, we think about the medium and longer term, and everyone will be better off if we can get this job done. The sooner, the better.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with the Fox Business Network. So you've talked in the past about consumer spending and how that's drives the economy. Are you concerned with this high level of inflation that the consumer will stop spending, pushing us into, and what's the level of your concern, pushing us into a recession?
So the economy is doing fairly well. We expect growth to be solid this year, and we see household spending and business investment as fairly strong, even in the first quarter, which was relatively slow on some other fronts. So, and the labor market. If you look at the labor market, for people who are out of work and looking, there are lots of job opportunities. Wages are moving up at rates that haven't been seen in quite a long time. So it's a good time to be a worker looking to either change jobs or get a wage increase in your current job. So it's a strong economy, and nothing about it suggests that it's close to or vulnerable to a recession. Now, of course, given events around the world and fading fiscal policy effects and higher rates, you could see some slower economic activity. Certainly, it will not be. Last year was an extraordinarily strong growth year as we recovered from the pandemic. As I mentioned, growth over 5%. But most forecasters have growth this year at a solid pace, above 2%.
But we've talked with economists who have advised Democrats and Republican presidents, who both said that the Fed is so far behind the curve on inflation that a recession is inevitable.
So, and as I said, I think we have a good chance to restore price stability without a recession, without a severe downturn, and without